There we are. We are now live streaming. Motion is approved.
Okay, next item, please.
Item 10B, request for approval of amendment number 3 to Solutions Agreement Item 22-0176 with Mainline Information Systems to increase the compensation by $323,605 for a new total amount of $1,038,873.48, extend the term to May 31st, 2026, and add additional products. Here to speak is ITT Department Director Eric Candelaria. Move to approve.
A motion and a second. Would you like to give us a brief overview, Director?
Councilor Lindell, City Council. So this is an amendment to renew our current SIEM cybersecurity contract with our vendor. So this is a systems information and event management system that we're renewing. And, you know, because of timing, that's why we're here today.
Thank you. Any further, Councilor Castro?
Thank you so much, Director. There's the contract said there's some additional products. What are those products?
So we've engaged in or Councilor Lindell and Councilor Castro, thanks for that question. That new additions to those are just some more advanced features within the application so we can better secure our posture from the cybersecurity world.
Roll call, please.
Councilor Lee Garcia.
Yes.
Councilor Michael Garcia.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lindell. Councilor Romero Worth.
Yes.
Councilor Castro. Councilor Chavez. Councilor Faulkner.
Yes.
Motion is approved.
Thank you. Next item, please.
Item 10C, request for approval of amendment number 1 to item number 25-0012, construction contract with Vital Consulting Group LLC to increase compensation by $322,018.62 for a new total amount of $7,504,116.67, including NMGRT, to change the scope of work and to complete demolition and reconstruction of the terminal ramp at the Santa Fe Regional Airport. And here to speak is Project Administrator Sebastian Gallegos. Or maybe not.
Looks like Mr. Gallegos is not here. Do we have a motion?
Motion to approve. Second.
Do we have a motion and a second? Does anyone have any discussion on this? Roll call, please.
Councilor Michael Garcia.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lindell.
Yes.
Councilor Romero Worth.
Yes.
Councilor Castro.
Yes.
Councilor Chavez.
Yes.
Councilor Faulkner.
Yes.
Councilor Lee Garcia.
Yes.
Motion is approved.
Thank you. Next item, please.
Item 10D, request for approval of amendment number 3 to legal services agreement, item 23-0635 with Brownstein, Hyatt, Farber, and Schreck LLP to increase the not to exceed amount by $120,000 for a new total amount of $412,160.25, including NMGRT for legal services related to the development of Midtown property. Here to speak is Aaron McSherry, City Attorney.
Move to approve. Second.
Motion and a second. This is moving right along, isn't it? Any comment, any questions? Roll call, please.
Mayor Pro Tem Lindell.
Yes.
Councilor Romero Worth.
Yes.
Councilor Castro.
Yes.
Councilor Chavez.
Yes.
Councilor Faulkner.
Yes.
Councilor Lee Garcia.
Yes.
Councilor Michael Garcia.
Yes.
Motion is approved.
Thank you. Our next item.
Our next item is 9A, which was moved to discussion, consideration of resolution number 2025-TBD, sponsored by Councilor Carol Romero Worth, a resolution restricting the weight limit on the Cerro Gordo Bridge, number 8838, not to exceed a gross weight limit of 15 tons until repairs are made, directing installation of weight limitation signs in advance of the bridge, and notice of this resolution sent to the New Mexico Motor Transportation Department as required by state law, specifying that violation of the weight limit is a misdemeanor, punishable by the penalties in NMSA 1978, Section 66-8-7, and directing notice to the New Mexico Department of Transportation when repair completion of the full access to the bridge is restored.
Madam Pro Tem, I would just note that it's 9I. I think the clerk said 9A. So
Sorry, I
at
meant
least
9I.
that's what I heard. So, and I would move to approve.
Second.
So we have a motion and a second. Director Wheeler, do you want to just briefly address this?
I certainly would. Thank you so much, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, and members of the governing body. Regina Wheeler, Public Works Director. This bridge was identified as the bridge most needing attention in a state report where they inspect all our bridges on a regular basis. In August of 2024, the governing body appropriated Public Works with $220,000 to assess the bridge and develop some plans for maintenance. As the engineers in the Complete Streets Division performed some of this assessment, they decided actually to dive a little deeper and engaged Rich Rado of AECom, a professional engineer, to really assess the condition of the bridge, and he'll talk just a little bit about that assessment. I want to let you know that while we'll be the weight limits will be restricted until we repair the bridge and basically replace the bridge deck. All city departments have been notified and don't use the bridge regularly, but are absolutely not using it. The schools have been notified and they don't regularly use the bridge and they won't use it at all. And our engineer has checked that the propane truck, which is probably one of the heaviest vehicles that goes across that bridge, actually is within the weight limit. So I think we're in really good shape there. The engineer, Rich Rado, is working on the design of the replacement deck right now and will be coming to governing body for funding for that, which is estimated to be approximately $1 million. And we would be, our goal would be to repair it this year. And then I'll let the engineer tell you a little bit more about the assessment just a bit.
Thank you, Director Wheeler.
Yes, good evening, Mayor Pro Tem Lindell. Yes, good evening, Richard Rado with AECom. We were consulted with to look at this bridge repair. There was a report done by another engineer back in the summer of 2024 recommending minor repairs to the bridge. The city hired us to do the construction management of those repairs. And what we proposed at the beginning of that process was coring the deck, sample the deck and see the integrity of the concrete before repairs were initiated. We did that coring in April of it, just a little over a month ago. We did the deck coring and sampling. We did not find very competent concrete in the deck, so we recommended to forego the repairs and do a full superstructure replacement. Those activities are going on. So in the meantime, we did a load rating of the existing structure to see what we would recommend for a safe load, and we evaluated and recommended 15 tons. That's the action before you today.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions or any discussion? Get a roll call, please. Thank you for being here.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Castro,
Yes.
Counselor Chavez, Counselor Faulkner,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lindell.
Yes.
Motion is approved.
Mayor Pro Tem,
Yes.
I'm wondering if we can make some changes to the agenda to move introduction of legislation and the appointments to be the next order of business. Second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion?
I would just suggest we might also want to hear from the public before we go into executive session.
Yeah, I was going to get to that next. Just depending on how long this takes.
So we have a motion and a second. We get a roll call, please.
Counselor Castro,
Yes.
Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Counselor Faulkner, Counselor Lee Garcia,
Here.
Counselor Michael Garcia, Mayor Pro Tem Lindell, Counselor Romero Worth.
Yes.
Motion is approved.
Okay, thank you. So that moves us on to introduction of legislation, correct?
Yes, Counselor. Sorry, Mayor Pro Tem.
Next item, please. Thank you.
Item 16A, introduction of legislation, consideration of resolution number 2025-TBD, sponsored by Counselor Alma Castro. A resolution authorizing the sale and consumption of beer and wine during the Rail Yard Plaza Summer Scene Concert sponsored by Indigenous Ways on August 15th, 2025 pursuant to subsection 23-6.2C SFCC 1987.
Another great rail yard event. I apologize. It's another great rail yard event, and we're just allowing for folks to sell alcohol there.
Okay, thank you very much. Next item, please.
Item 16B, consideration of resolution number 2025-TBD, sponsored by Mayor Alan Weber. A resolution notifying the county clerk of the County of Santa Fe that the regular local election on November 4th, 2025 includes elections for one city councilor from each council district and the mayor of the city of Santa Fe.
I think that that's self-explanatory. So let's move on to the next item.
16C, consideration of bill number 2025-14, adoption of ordinance number 2025-TBD, sponsored by Mayor Alan Weber and Counselor Carol Romero Worth, authorizing the issuance of the sale of City of Santa Fe, New Mexico tax-exempt general obligation improvement bonds, Series 2025, in the principal amount of $25 million payable as ad valorem taxes levied on all taxable property within the city, levied without limit as to rate or amount, providing for the form, certain terms and conditions of the bonds, the manner of their execution, and the method and the security for payment thereof, delegating authority to each of the mayor, city manager, and city finance director to approve a form of notice, misses a T, notice of competitive sale of the bonds, or if deemed advisable, the selection of underwriters to sell bonds in the negotiated sale and to determine the maturity dates and amounts, interest rates, prices, redemption features, and other final terms of the bonds in an award certificate, approving the form of an agreement for registrar and paying agent services to be provided by OAKF and NA, and authorizing execution and delivery and providing for other details concerning the bonds.
And I think this sort of speaks for itself. This is the instrument by which we sell the bonds that were overwhelmingly approved by voters to begin having the money to do the road work that we asked to have approval for the bonds.
Thank you, Counselor. Let's move on to the next item.
Item 16D, consideration of a resolution number 2025-TBD, sponsored by Mayor Alan Weber, Counselor Jamie Cassett, Counselor Alma Castro, and Counselor Amanda Chavez, a resolution identifying city property at 2395 Richards Avenue as a location for a micro-community to provide shelter and supportive services for individuals experiencing homelessness in Santa Fe.
Madam Mayor Pro Tem,
Counselor Garcia.
I'd like to make a motion to adjust the council review committee or the council committee review process. This is skipping the quality of life committee. This is absolutely a quality of life issue. So I'm making a motion to send this item to the June 4th Quality of Life Committee.
Second.
I have discussion, Madam.
I'm just looking at the dates on this. So what was the date on that, Counselor?
June 4th. And so it is currently scheduled for a special meeting, but it can be pulled from that special meeting agenda and be heard the following week on June 11th for potential final passage.
Okay, so we have a
I-
Counselor Romero Worth.
I guess I'd just be concerned about moving that to quality of life when we are having a special meeting to look at a number of initiatives around homelessness. This is one piece of that meeting, and we'll all have the ability to visit about it at that special meeting where we're only going to be taking up a few things. So I think there'll be ample time for all of us to visit about it on June 3rd.
Point of inquiry, can we do both? Can we speak about it at the special meeting and send it to quality of life?
Well, I don't know why we would do that.
To have more opportunity to discuss the issue.
Okay, it just seems like on June 3rd, we will have a special meeting to discuss our efforts around homelessness. There are only going to be a few things. This is one of those things. That meeting is not going to have all the stuff that we have tonight. It's going to be dedicated to a few things. We'll have ample time as a group to hear from the community, to discuss it, to have staff talk to us about it, and to vote on it. So I don't know why we give it more process.
Madam Pro Tem. Yeah, absolutely.
So what I can offer from where I sit in the situation, we're not going to pretend that what's happening isn't happening. I think the community has a lot of concern around this issue. And I feel like I've always believed that one of the things we have to do as leaders is allow the community ample opportunity to have an opinion and to let us know what they think. And I know it can be tiring and cumbersome and a whole lot of other things, but the reality is we possibly are going to be making some major decisions that will impact communities throughout the city. And so for my part, I'm not comfortable with expediting this process. If we go from this meeting to the meeting on the 3rd, every other piece of legislation that we run in general runs through quality of life and finance, some through public works and finance. I'm not exactly comfortable with this running through an expedited process where we skip committees altogether. I have always been an advocate for the community having at least 3 bites at the apple. I know it's hard for us on the dais, but that's the job we signed up for. I personally feel like because this is such a critical and important issue, we have to give the community quality of life, finance, and then we can have a special council meeting to discuss this issue. And thank you. That's all I got.
Counselor Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. And the reason why I am suggesting this is it's been stated numerous times on this dais from some of my colleagues that the committee process is where the work should be done. And that is not what is being proposed here. In addition to that, besides it being a quality of life issue, this resolution has resources attached to it. So I'm quite surprised that the Finance Committee Chair does not want this going before the Finance Committee as well. It's to push forth legislation that has such an impact in our community in a matter of under a week does not allow for the public to properly respond, digest, and advocate for how they want their government to ultimately take action.
Anyone else?
Madam Chair, if you all want to, it's not going to finance. If you all want it to go to finance, let's send it to finance. I would just note that the money for this has already been appropriated. What we're doing is identifying the site. And again, I think it would get ample review at a special meeting when we're only going to be looking at less than probably a handful of things. So, but if that's the will of the governing body, send it to finance too. I don't know what the date would be.
So, anyone else? All right, question. Probably to City Attorney McSherry. So if we take this item and we hear it, say the date again, for me, Counselor.
So right now it's scheduled to be heard at the June 2nd Public Works and Utility Committee meeting
Right.
with a potential hearing June 3rd. What I've proposed is to not have it go to the governing body special meeting, have it go to the quality of life on June 4th, and it would be scheduled for a regular governing body meeting the following Wednesday, June 11th.
So this will be struck from the special meeting on the 3rd, correct?
So could I just,
Counselor Faulkner?
so what I would propose is that we take the issue at hand. We know that there's a lease agreement in play, but that's part of a series of things that are going to happen. And so the smart thing to do is let's package it together and move them through the regular process so the community has ample time to take in the information and respond to the information. The lease with Pete's Place is not an isolated thing. There's a bigger thing happening. And so the reality is, for the sake of the community and for the sake of transparency, the smart thing to do is to be clear about what we're doing. And I don't think that we can say that we can have something go to Public Works and then immediately go to a special city council meeting. We can have this entire package go through quality of life, which it absolutely should go through because it is definitely related to quality of life. And then finance, because we're going to be moving some money around, it should go to finance. And then we can have a special city council meeting. And I would call for this special hearing because I don't want the regular business of the city to be held up by this controversial issue. And so it only makes sense to go to quality of life, then to finance, and then a special city council meeting, and all of those be public hearings. All of those should be public hearings because whether we like it or not, the public has a right. Our job as leaders is to give the public an opportunity to speak at every turn on any decision we're going to make that is very serious and should take mindfulness and should think about all the aspects that are involved. And I personally feel like a lot of times the city doesn't communicate well enough with the public about what the big plan is. We put little pieces out there, but there is a bigger plan. And so from where I sit, it is destructive and conflict driven to not recognize that some of the decisions we're making are all connected. It's not isolated decisions, they're connected. And the public has a right to have as many opportunities as we can provide them to weigh in on this issue. There's only 9 of us. 9 people should not make these many decisions without hearing from the public. Absolutely not.
Excuse me, we will not applaud at any time tonight. If you want to applaud or boo, you do that applauding this way, booing this way. You do it silently.
Although some of us are legally blind and we won't know what you're doing. But just kidding, just kidding. I'm totally kidding.
Serious about this.
I will say honestly that I've done a lot of thinking about this issue. I do feel like truly, genuinely, the time it will take to give the public the time to digest what our plan is, and then think about what the public feels about this plan, and to then allow the public at least 3 bites at the apple. That nothing detrimental is going to happen in that period of time. We've been dealing with this problem for years. This is our opportunity to be problem solvers together. The community is a stakeholder. And so that, for me, I feel like we need to go about this in a very strategic way that allows the community to have a say in what's happening.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Castro.
So I just want to maybe
Councilor
bring,
or Mayor Pro Tem Lindell, may I just interject one thing? So certainly the governing body can decide which committees you want to refer the legislation to that have jurisdiction no concern about that whatsoever. On the special meeting itself, the agenda would be set by the city manager in consultation with staff. So even if it's not for a vote, the matter still could go there. It just wouldn't be for a vote if there's still committees after the special meeting. I just wanted to clarify that one point.
Let me throw this all off track. We have no video. We're not getting, the public's not.
As long as we have that door open, we might be okay for open meetings.
I'm just saying the
Sorry.
public isn't, I've just gotten a text, someone says we have no video feed going.
And Mayor Pro Tem councilors, certainly we want to have the video going. I don't think there's an Open Meetings Act because the location of the meeting is the physical location here.
Agree, I'm just saying,
So we are currently live streamed on YouTube. So I have it, you can see it up on that little corner there. I don't know what that means
Okay.
if there's no video.
okay, so. Counselor Garcia.
Thank you,
No, good.
Madam Mayor Pro Tem. So we're discussing this item, which is D. Obviously, it's an introduction, and we're looking for a reorganization of the committee review and the process. And I do concur with my colleagues here that I think we do need to give it ample time. Now, this specific item is referring to identifying city property at 2395 Richards Avenue micro community location. I don't know, I know it's part of a package, and I just want to make sure that we're all clear that I believe that as we go through this, that this package is kind of laid out so everybody knows what the step processes are and what we are dealing with, and the pieces to the puzzle that we are going to be talking about and how they relate to each other. And so I think that's very important, and I hope that it's brought forth that way. And I do concur that we need to lay that out for the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor Garcia.
Go ahead, Councilor.
Thank you so much, Councilor Garcia. I want to make sure I understand. Councilor Faulkner, are you proposing that we postpone the special meeting altogether and sort of talk about these two items as a package? Or that we have the special meeting and then have another special meeting to have the vote later?
So I'm not exactly sold on either one of those things. All I'm interested in is that the lease for Peace Place and these other things are tied together. And so then as we move forward, it needs to be clear to the community that these aren't isolated decisions, right?
So the motion on the floor for my clarity is that we would like to add or amend the calendar for this specific legislation, and then we can talk about another motion regarding changing or amending the special meeting. Are we all on the same page? Okay.
Point of order. I think the only thing we can do right now is change where this piece of legislation goes. So Councilor Michael Garcia's point was that it was only going to one committee. Sounds like his motion was to move it to a second committee, Quality of Life. Then it has been brought up that maybe it should go to Finance too. I don't think that's been added to the motion. So if that's the will of somebody on the governing body, then the motion would need to be amended to include all of that. And from what we've heard from the city attorney, we don't set the meeting agendas. Those are done by somebody else. And so I don't think, while we can move particular items to a committee when they're in front of us, we can't set an agenda for a special meeting. That's not in our purview. I believe that's what you said, city attorney.
Mayor Pro Tem Lindell, Councilor Merworth, Councilor Castro. Correct. In terms of the special meeting agenda, which is not part of our regular procedural rules, it's, set by the city manager. So you could still discuss things on the special meeting that aren't scheduled for passage. So we would follow the legislative process for legislation in the governing body rules, which require at least one committee, unless there's emergency or unusual circumstances, but certainly additional committees can be added.
Okay, so we had a motion, correct? We have a second?
Second.
Okay, so.
Can
Councilor
somebody
Merriworth.
Can somebody what's the mo?
The motion is to add this agenda item to the June 4th Quality of Life Committee meeting. And I'll let the city manager determine, I guess, how that impacts his adjusting of the governing body special meeting for June 3rd.
Okay, thank you. Let's have a roll call.
Counselor Castro,
Yes.
Counselor Chavez, Counselor Faulkner,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth.
Yes.
Motion is approved.
Okay. That was confusing. What's the next item?
I think we're at appointments, correct?
Yes, the next item is 21A, appointments. Santa Fe Civic Housing Authority, Chris Grazier, appointment term ending March 2030. Lynn Canning, reappointment term ending March 2030. John Wheeler, reappointment term ending March 2030.
Move to approve.
I have a motion to approve
Second.
and a second.
I-
Any
Do have some discussion.
discussion? Did you want to speak?
So I just want to put it in the record that I would like for us to have a better relationship with the Civic Housing Authority. I don't know how we can do that, maybe have more regular reports, but I do just want to put that on the record.
Okay, thank you, Counselor. Anyone else? We have a roll call?
Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Counselor Faulkner,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Castro.
Yes.
Motion is approved.
Madam Pro Tem Lindell,
Yes.
I would like to make another change to the agenda.
Please proceed.
I would like to move matters from the city manager, matters from the city clerk, and communications from the governing body as the next order of business.
Second.
And also move then petitions from the floor after that, but we'll wait till 7 o'clock to hear that before we go into executive session.
Second.
Discussion? Roll call, please.
Okay, Counselor Faulkner,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Castro,
Yes.
and Counselor Chavez has stepped out. Motion is approved.
Okay, so that takes us to our next item of business, matters from the city manager.
Madam Mayor Pro Tem, I have none.
Thank you. This is moving along swimmingly, isn't it?
We have business at hand.
Let's see, matters from the city clerk.
I have a couple of things to give information about. So I wanted to give a rundown of events that are happening in June. So they're on everyone's calendars and we'll be sending out links for you all to have on your calendars. We are starting with a proclamation being read and a flag raising for Pride on 6/4. Then we'll have movies in the park, which I passed out flyers in Spanish and English. We've started calling it Movies in the Park South Side since we have one in the rail yard. We now have one on the south side at Swan Park. So all the movies in the park will be at Swan Park for this season. That is 6/6. We will then have on 6/7 Saturday at the Teen Center our gun violence awareness event. You will also be receiving information and flyers about that. Then we'll have our spray down 6/21 also at Swan Park. I also wanted to give you an update that our office, so the city clerk's office, is going to be finishing up its remodeling, which means we're getting new carpeting. Our office physically will be closed next week from Monday through Thursday. We will be available remotely And we have people in the office who can help in constituent services, but if you need to contact us, make sure an email or call. I just wanted to give that announcement, and I think that is it.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And you've been hit with rapid fire tonight and you've done extremely well, so thank you. Communications from the governing body. We'll start with Councilor Garcia down on the end.
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. Tonight I don't have anything. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Romero Worth.
I'm good, thank you.
Councilor Faulkner.
One quick thing, districts 3 and 4 are hosting a community back to school bash and field day on August 2nd. We are aware that there's other back to school bashes and we intend to coordinate with those groups, but it's going to be an awesome day of kind of old timey field day events like 3-legged races. And I'm going to put everyone on the spot. We are going to have a dunking booth for elected officials.
Terrific. Thank you.
You're welcome, Madam Chair.
I have a hole in the knee of my bathing suit. I won't be able to make it. Councilor Garcia.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. Councilor Faulkner, sign me up. See what kind of aim our constituents have in the dunking booth. No, nothing from to me or tonight for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Chavez.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I do want to start with wishing my mother a happy birthday. She celebrated her birthday May 26th, and my mom is a gift from the gods, I will say. There has to be multiple gods to have created a woman like her. She is strong and beautiful and powerful and loving and the example of what a good human being is. And I live up to meet her standard, but I have a feeling I won't meet it because she's quite incredible. So I want to say happy birthday, Mom. Thanks for being you. Thanks for giving us the light that makes our life as beautiful as it is. I also wanted to emphasize the event on gun violence awareness. This is really important to me because it was brought on by community members who have lost their children due to gun violence. So this is the community saying we need recognition that this issue exists. We need healing. We need to wrap our arms around one another and try to figure out how to address this very important topic. So it is not so much city driven, although the city is very invested and I appreciate that, but this is coming from the community who is wounded and is working through healing on a topic that they keep getting reminded is not being addressed. So I invite the community to that. It will be on June 7th, Saturday, 11 to 2 p.m. And we will have booths there. We will be reading a proclamation, but we will also be building a community quilt that will be for advocacy and for healing. So I invite everyone to attend. Thank you.
Councilor Castro.
Yes, just really quickly, I wanted to thank YouthWorks. They were cleaning up the trail today when I was biking, so thank you so much. That was awesome. And also beginning June 2nd, the Water Street parking lot will be closed for 7 to 10 days. So we're gonna have to find somewhere else to park, unfortunately.
Thank you, Councilor. Oh, Councilor Garcia, did you come up with something?
I just wanted to relay the message from Councilor Faulkner in Spanish for our community because it is on the south side of town. Which all are invited, pero en este momento queremos invitar a toda la comunidad que vengan el día 2 de agosto. Vamos a tener una junta de comunidad para listar todos los que andan en la escuela, que van a ir para atrás a escuela. Vamos a tener también juegos y no más un gran tiempo. También vamos a tener un evento donde se puede tirar la pelota y, ¿cómo se puede decir? Un consejero se puede meterse al agua, al bote del agua. Vamos a tener muy buen tiempo. Gracias.
Thank you. I just wanted to check with the Madam City Clerk. You did say that the pride flag raising would be June 4th.
Mayor Pro Tem Lindell, yes. So it'll be at 10 a.m., June 4th. I just sent you all the calendar invite. Then we'll also be participating in the Pride Parade, which is, I missed this on my little cheat sheet, or maybe I didn't, June 28th. So we have a spot, the city has a spot. So if you want to volunteer and walk, please join us.
Thank you very much. I just want to add to that, currently the ACLU is tracking 588 anti-LGBTQ bills in the United States. 588. So community could use your support, and that support is imperative. And the other thing is that it's fun. We have a very, very good time at that event. And also the parade is terrific. If you have not done that parade, please put it on your calendar. It is absolutely a spectacular event in Santa Fe. The plaza is full and it's a lot of fun. So keep in mind that that community is clearly under attack. 588 anti-LGBTQ bills in the United States right now. So what's our next order of business?
Mayor Pro Tem Lindell, so the next order of business was to go to petitions from the floor, but not until 7 p.m.
Okay, so we have an hour. So I guess we're going to take an hour recess and have a dinner hour, and we will be back. Counselor?
I apologize. Point of inquiry. Noting that we have several folks in the room, would it be okay to start public comment early?
The problem is that most people don't, our custom has been to start at 7. And that's when the public thinks that we're going to start. And that's if they wanted to hear what others have to say. We usually wait till 7.
I do feel like if we have people here that are ready to speak and they're nodding at me, that it would be appropriate to start speaking now, because I imagine they all want to get home after they have their voice heard. I think if we get through the crowd that's here and we need a pause after that because it's not 7, then we can do so. That's
Yeah.
my opinion, if we could.
Madam Pro Tem, and I completely hear you, and I sympathize with wanting not to sit there for another hour. It's just that if there were people who wanted to hear what you all are about to tell us and also want to participate, that's why it's both hearing what people are saying and participate in the saying of whatever folks have. And that's why typically we've done it wholesale starting at 7, because that's traditionally when people know they can count on us to do it. So again, it's the will of the governing body, whatever you want to do. I know it's hard to wait. It's going to be hard for us to wait an hour. I'd love to get home earlier too. And if we hear everybody now, I just don't want people to be mad that we did petitions from the floor at an unusual hour and they didn't get to hear folks. And it cuts two ways.
I would have to concur with Counselor Worth. We've set a standard of practice, and I'm not sure that stepping outside of that is going to be a good idea.
Counselor Chavez, did you?
I just wanted to say this is streaming live. So if we start making comments now, I think if we send consistent reminders through those comments that they could stream back and watch the comments when we get to 7 o'clock, that is appropriate. You know, we stream live for a reason, which is that anyone could have access to our stream at any time. I think people are ready to talk. We can send reminders consistently every 10 or so people, reminding them that they could rewind and watch some of that commentary on YouTube before they speak live themselves.
Okay, so do you have one more comment, Counselor?
And that is my motion.
I would move that we take a 20-minute recess and come back directly to public comment.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Uh,
I'll do a roll call.
roll call.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yeah,
sorry, Mayor Pro Tem Lindell.
still the same.
Counselor Romero Worth.
Yes.
Counselor Castro.
Yes.
Counselor Chavez.
Yes.
Counselor Faulkner.
Yes.
Motion is approved.
Okay, at 6:20, we will resume. It's 6:02, so we're gonna 6:22. Yeah, got it.
Okay.
Thank you, everyone. Madam City Clerk, you want to move us along to the next item, please?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem. I hear a Zoom link in the audience. If someone could mute that, that would be helpful. Item 17, petitions from the floor.
Okay, so if you'd like to speak to the council tonight, you can line up and you will have 2 minutes. And you will see a clock on the big screen letting you know where you are time-wise. And like I said, you get 2 minutes. And please, when the alarm alerts you that you have completed your 2 minutes of time, please stop, because we have a lot of people that do want to speak tonight, and let the next person come to the microphone. When you come to the microphone, please state your name and your address. Okay, first up. Welcome.
Good evening. My name's Floyd Cable. My address is 1561 Kachina Ridge Drive. A couple of years, maybe 3 years ago or more, I remember going to the convention center and seeing these pods set up that could be temporary shelters for people in need of housing. I said, it sounds great, looks interesting. And then I found out that the city would like to build a community of them near my address. And I think the city's going to do it. I wish they wouldn't, because I'm trying to sell my house and it's money out of my pocket. But I would ask the council, for my knowledge of these communities that have been successful, is to make sure they have what they need to be successful, which is adequate staffing, professional staffing, to help people treat this as what it's intended to be, which is transient housing until they can be situated in permanent housing. You have to have enough people, enough professional people, and you have to have enough people to keep the people in the community safe and in the surrounding community. And especially you need to have clearly delineated, from everything I've read, someone who in a position of authority who, if in the unhappy event that someone has violated the tenets of the community and is endangering or disrupting life for the other occupants of the community or the surrounding neighbors, that person has the authority and the obligation to remove that person, and that make clear who's going to do the reaction, do that action, and not have people from the city and the county doing what it is, saying, oh, well, we don't do that. It's very important for this, if this community is going to happen, and I can tell the city has situated it very carefully where it is. If it has to happen, I think it is incumbent upon the council and the city to make sure the staffing is there to make it a successful community. And I think the church community has been okay. Am I being played off the stage? Okay, that's thank you for your Oscar nominations.
That's the hook, pal. Thank you very much. Good evening.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Joyce Benavides, and I am an employee at Pete's Place Interfaith Community. I am here to speak on behalf of the Pete's Place community, which represents some of the most vulnerable and needy individuals in Santa Fe. This Memorial Day, I learned that the city lease for the building that houses Pete's Place on Cerrillos Road could be canceled. I was shocked to hear this news, and I am disheartened by the manner in which changes to this vital community resources are being considered without a thoughtful plan that would protect and support the vulnerable population Pete's Place serves. To be blunt, the removal of Pete's Place on Cerrillos Road in Santa Fe would put many individuals at risk of death. Pete's Place is more than a shelter. It is a lifeline for individuals who have nothing, literally no one else to support them. Years ago, Pete's Place was one man's vision for supporting unhoused people in Santa Fe. Pete's Place was a vision to help those in need. Our founder saw hurt and struggle in our community. He saw loss and sadness. To the outside world, unhoused people are considered no more than addicts, criminals, and perhaps even subhuman creatures who they think we get what we deserve living on the street. Despite these commonly held and misinformed stereotypes about unhoused people, the founder of Pete's Place saw the humanity in people with no place to live. Our founder designed Pete's Place for community members whose mental, emotional, financial, and collective struggles prevented them from securing and maintaining their own housing. Our unhoused people are dying alone, either frozen in the winters or burning in the unrelating summers. Have you ever taken the time to watch an unhoused person live on the street? Have you allowed yourself to take in their suffering? Have you considered that we are all closer to living on the sidewalk than being a billionaire? Have you stopped and thought that it could be you? I ask you all to open your hearts. I am reaching out for so many reasons, for so many people like myself who have felt voiceless in our lives. Pete's Place is not only a shelter, it is a family with a bond that cannot be broken. Staff and volunteers at Pete's Place are dedicated, willing, and determined to make a difference in the unhoused community of Santa Fe. We are willing to offer whatever support we can to those who suffer. The unhoused community of Santa Fe struggles with addictions and they suffer from the inside out.
Ma'am, your time is up.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Lilia Roscon. I am speaking on the behalf of Ana Silva. She's unable to come up and speak, but I'm going to go ahead and read her. Good evening. Anna's been blessed to be part of the Interfaith Shelter family for 15 wonderful years. However, on Monday, the 26th, we were given some very sad news that the mayor has decided to terminate the lease that Interfaith Shelter oversees. This came at a surprise since we have worked really hard to make change to support the neighborhood as well as the vendors that sit on both sides of the shelter. It saddens me that this was very last minute decision with little communication given to the director to prepare her for this kind of devastation regarding employees, and not to mention the main people in our homeless population. Many people only see the outside and don't even know what's going on inside. For example, on the weekends, which I oversee, we have burritos that are freshly made and provided from Altitude Church, and they have been feeding us for the last 20 years on Sundays. I have created a fun cereal Sunday, which I have been doing for the last 9 years. Our Fun Cereal Sunday is the best day of the weekend. I have provided the cereal at my cost, and the shelter provides the milk. We use at least 7 to 8 gallons of milk and at least 5 jumbo bags of Fun Cereal. Just thought I'd put it out there. So to continue on, many of you may or may not have consistency in your life, but our guests do. That is how they survive the life they are faced with. They know what time to get up, what time to come in, and for the most part, they know they are safe to get food meals before they retire to bed. We are family, and I can tell you that I make it a priority to get to know each guest as I encounter them in the morning or on the weekends. Our homeless folks have a hard time trusting people, and most of them put their lives in our hands because they trust us. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Oh, Mr. Rand.
Lindell. Good evening. My name is Len Rand. I am the current board chair at the Interfaith Community Shelter, also known as Pete's Place. First, I'd like to, and I mean this sincerely, congratulate the council and the government because it appears, at least from the rumors and innuendo, that the city is about to put some serious dollars into addressing the issue of homelessness, and for that, I thank you. I would like to make a number of other comments, but I'm not going to because all we really know comes from rumor, innuendo, some background briefing from some city officials. Every time we've asked the appropriate officials to give us a briefing on what's going on and what's being considered, we've met with no comments. So I'll wait till the public reveal of the details before we go into more substantive comments. I do want to leave you, though, with two items of fact. One, the board of Pete's Place agrees with you that the Cerrillos and Harrison Road location is not an appropriate long-term location for Pete's, nor is it large enough and diverse enough to really provide the kind of services that are necessary. As a result, we have hired a nationally recognized architectural firm in homeless shelters called Shopworks. We've been working with them as well as a local architect to design an appropriate facility, as well as looking to find an appropriate location that's much larger and not in a residential area. The other thing I'd like, lost my train of thought there for a moment. Sorry. So, I mean, that and the rumor is that another organization is going to be brought in to manage Peace Place and to terminate our lease. I don't know if that's accurate or not. If so, and if there is an appropriate organization, as frustrated and as unhappy as we would be, we will work with them in order to make a clean transition to properly serve our population. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, councilors. My name is Matt Johns. I'm in Conchina Ridge. City councilors, a sudden proposal for 50 micro shelters tests the spirit of our community. I appreciate your and applaud your efforts to slow this down and give us more time to absorb this information. There have been no meetings. There has been no outreach, no dialogue. You have excluded District 4's zoning interests and shut out the entire city thus far. The council said it would be more transparent, but it had gone silent. The council said it would engage better, but it has closed ranks. The council said it would listen to constituents, but it has given us no voice. We oppose this silence and exclusion. If this proposal is to succeed, then respect the spirit of Santa Fe before your silent missteps become the city's permanent failures. Truly successful change happens when the community is engaged, heard, and empowered. Creation of micro-shelter community in our public spaces can succeed for everyone. We, the citizens of Santa Fe, know what will work. Ask us. Our community offers valuable insight and support when included. For the success of this project and our proud, caring city, I urge the council to immediately commit to developing and maintaining true accountability with ongoing community engagement, including immediate public meetings. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Deborah DeMack, and I'm from the Katina Ridge subdivision, which borders the property at issue for the placement of proposed micro community. I have been
Mayor Pro Tem, she needs to speak into the mic.
Yeah,
sorry.
thank you.
Thank you for pointing that out. Closer.
Yeah.
I have been discouraged, if not dismayed.
Can you get a little closer to the mic? I'm
I
sorry.
get a couple extra moments. Finish my speech. There we
Ma'am, your time is up. Thank you. Thank you.
Madam Mayor Pro Tem, point of order. I just want to be clear for everybody. You have to speak into the mic. We can hear you on the dais, but anybody watching cannot hear you. So I just want to emphasize that. It's really important that the mic be on and that you get really close to it so that people in the back of the room can hear, but also the people online can hear you, because if you're not talking into the mic, it's not coming across on Zoom or on our live stream. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Counselor.
Oh, it's not on. Oh, that makes a difference. So, so I will also speak into it, but now it's working. My name is Sue Kingston. I live on Ridgeview Circle across from St. Mike's High School. I'm a New England transplant, but I've been here 10 years, so I guess I can speak to Santa Fe's community. Years ago, when I was living in Massachusetts, I went to a few community meetings, and I was called soon after that by the director of those meetings and asked if I wanted to run for selectman. And I said, you must be scraping the bottom of the barrel, because I'm hardly involved. But I do feel, living in Santa Fe, that this issue about housing, providing housing for all of those who live in our city, is a critical issue that I would like to become involved in. And therefore, I come speaking as a member of the Santa Fe Housing for All Collaborative, formerly an organization called S3. We meet at the Lutheran Church, which is hosting the present SOS communities, which are working beautifully. And I just want to lay the groundwork, a couple of comments, to commend the City Council for beginning to open up the conversation. There have been lots of questions. I know you've worked hard on these issues, but I feel that now a conversation is being opened up to the community, and we thank you for that. It's something that Santa Fe needs. This is an issue that we need to address as a community, all parts of our community, and I welcome that conversation. And, you know, I thank the Interfaith Council, which has run Pete's Place for years. I made the sign that was being bandied around because I think it's important for us to look at the history of Pete's Place, its future, and to work together to bring the housing issue together for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mayor Pro Tem, good evening, City Council. My name is Adam John Griego, house homeowner at 1616 Jordan Logan Road here in Santa Fe, New Mexico. Member of the Justice Advisory and Accountability Board to the American Civil Liberties Union. I'm also the legislative liaison for the Entrepreneurial Institute of Northern New Mexico. I'm here this evening to, first of all, tell each and every one of you elected officials that I respect you very much. I think for me, I am in support of a loving, caring relationship between you guys and the community. What I see that's really missing here in this conversation is ultimate transparency. I'm here basically because of rumors. And to me, that's not okay. I'm a business owner also. I rushed to get down here. I had to close my business early. But I do know that we have a rampant drug addiction issue here in Santa Fe, New Mexico. We also have an escalating homeless population or unhoused population that we're really trying to address. I have found myself in numerous discussions with elected officials about the direction that the city needs to go in, also state elected officials as well. And I think that really what's missing again is sort of bridging the gap, right? Where do we go here in Santa Fe, New Mexico? And I applaud each and every one of you for your stances individually on the issue and the potential to maybe make changes with Pete's. I would ask each and every one of you, with all due respect, that you also respect Karina Lopez, who I think has done an amazing job in this community, especially with the unhoused population and bridging gaps with people that are significantly vulnerable and struggling with a lot of stuff. Thank you guys very much.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you. My name is Kat Kincaid, and I live at 46 Camino Espejo. It is easy to sit out here and wag a finger at public figures. I know you're in a difficult position, squeezed between advocates for the unhoused and neighbors who might not want a micro community near them or Pete's Place. I'd like to speak positively about what good governance would look like to me in this situation and faced with these challenges. I've spoken in support of micro communities before this body, and I'm still a staunch supporter of the concept. I listened carefully to Community Health and Safety Director Henry Hammond Paul explain the process for citing the communities. It would involve neighborhood meetings and a neighborhood agreement or contract on the management of the communities and how to mediate problems that might arise. Putting 2395 Richards Road on the agenda tonight completely undermined any trust in the process and I think set us back. I would like to see some robust, informative community meetings that maybe even have a pallet shelter at the meeting that people could walk in and walk around. Maybe a day that people could visit the safe outdoor spaces site at Christ Lutheran if the residents were willing. So I would like to see micro communities move forward in an orderly, transparent fashion. I also recall more than one presentation by Henry Hammond Paul that began with the likely number of unhoused people in the city compared against the number of shelter beds or placements. And it highlighted the shortage of spaces to house homeless people in this city. I think that the interfaith community shelter has faced an onslaught and a fentanyl crisis without the necessary support that they need from the city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, am I close enough? My name's Angie Estrellas. I live at 11 Bajada Place. And first, I just want to thank all of you for your service to our community. I am the executive director of Casa Milagro. We provide permanent supportive housing to formerly unhoused adults who have a mental health disorder. And I'm here to say that Interfaith is one of our most important partners in helping folks move from being chronically homeless to be safely housed with 24/7 supportive services. I interact and know a lot of executive directors here in town. Rena Lopez is one of the best executive directors that I know. She's honest and hardworking and creative with her solutions and deserves all of our respect. Pete's Place and Casa Milagro for decades has been working to solve the issue of homelessness and give people safety and hope. And I know we keep talking about rumors. Maybe these are rumors, but please do not bring in an outside company. You know, support the nonprofit that's been doing the hard work for years here. There's ways that the city could support Pete's Place more directly. You know, put in full sidewalks so that the police can have more power whenever they're trying to police that area. Do not terminate their lease. You will create an incredibly difficult gap in serving the unhoused and just throw a wrench into the services that are so needed. So I'm just pleading with you to please invest in Pete's. Wow, that goes fast, doesn't it? And again, thank you for your service and for listening. Appreciate it.
Good evening. My name is Catherine Rivera. I'm a resident of District 1. I want to share with you all that it is good to hear some fresh conversations and approaches to some of Santa Fe's lingering issues. I've been hearing a lot from District 1 residents lately. The number one thing that they've told me that they do not want to see around micro-communities or shelters is drug use. Drug use and drug sales. Those are the number one things that they do not want to see. If it is true, from what we're hearing in the various reports, that the city declined to have policing outside of interfaith shelter, it's somewhat concerning, and I think the citizens deserve some clarity and certainly an explanation if that's true. I recommend making the surrounding areas for micro-communities and shelters drug-free zones. You all have the power to do this. You may have rules about what takes place inside those shelters and inside those communities, but outside in the areas around, in the sidewalks around, in the streets around, make them drug-free zones. And that will enhance the penalties for anybody caught selling drugs and open drug use. Regarding the other news, you guys are considering a contract for an outreach team. I have a lot of questions surrounding that for you guys to consider. Is this a time-bound contract? How long? Are we considering a pilot? What is their exit criteria? What is their plan to put themselves out of a job? Or is this going to become a new money pit for Santa Fe? On a more practical nature, what kind of training are they offering? And I would encourage that all of the counselors and all of the staff involved take that training to understand what it is they're educating their teams to do. On a more practical nature, how will complaints be handled? Will they have the ability to transport people? Thank you.
Ms. Rivera.
Good afternoon. My name is Amanda Martinez. I am the security officer at Pete's Place. When I heard the news that you guys were going to terminate the lease, it kind of broke my heart because not only is Pete's Place a family, we're all together, we're all one, we're all equal. We don't judge the homeless. We take care of them, we try to provide for them, we try to find them housing, we try to help them find jobs, we try everything we possibly can. If you guys would go and volunteer and see how it is to be there, to know these individuals, to get to meet them, hear their stories, they're very smart, they're very talented individuals. If you guys would go, seriously, give them 5 minutes, get to know them, talk to them. Don't just judge them on who they are, like how they look. Go over there. I ask all of you guys, take a minute, go over there, hang out with them, see what it's like. Follow me, see what I do with them, see how I try to help them. It's not an easy thing for them to be just kicked on the ground. You guys are going to take their home away from them. It's bad enough that they already don't have anything. They need Pete's Place. They need Karina Lopez. They need Ana Silva. They need everybody. All of us are one. We're all equal. We cannot judge them based on their past. We don't know what happened to them as they're growing up. We don't know nothing. All we know is that they are individuals just like us. We all have a heart. We all bleed the same. We're all humans. I don't think anybody should judge them based on what they do. If you were stuck on the side of the road, I bet you anything, they would be the first ones to help you. They would give their shirt off their back for you. So just try not to close Pete's Place. That's all I ask.
Thank you. The time does go by quick.
It does. Hi, I'm Karina Lopez, the Executive Director of the Interfaith Community Shelter. First, let me say the way we found out about this closed door discussion that so powerfully impacts the future of our employees and our guests was very painful. To have to call all employees to an emergency meeting on Memorial Day out of fear that they would hear elsewhere that their world might be coming crashing down. I will never forget that horrible feeling. To find an item on the agenda that so directly and immeasurably impacts our organization's future And to see that it is being held outside of public discourse, I believe that communicates volumes about the lack of transparency in this process. The Interfaith Community Shelter has saved countless lives in our 15 years of existence. We have served some of the most difficult to serve in our community with warmth, compassion, and respect. We deserve better from our city leadership. My hope is that moving forward, the city be an open, transparent, and inclusive partner, not only with Interfaith, but all our local homeless service providers, as the mayor and Mr. Henry Hammond Paul roll out their big, beautiful plan to address homelessness in this community. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Wendy Rama, Two Spirit Run Place. I am here today to speak to you as a longtime volunteer of the Interfaith Community Shelter, as well as I am on the board, and I am currently employed part-time as volunteer coordinator. To those issues, I would like to speak and reinforce what Len said and Karina as far as transparency that we would have expected from these servants of the city of Santa Fe, which we are very grateful for your service and the thought and work that you put in. However, what we have heard in the dark is now being shouted in the light, and there are many questions as to why Mr. Hammond Paul did not speak with us more directly and talk to us about options. We understand and have seen a budget of near $8 million being offered to an out-of-state business, rather than considering perhaps that those same services could be well done by people right here in our own community, where we could keep those funds in the community. Had the shelter had a smidgen of that money at any point in the last 20 years, it would be looking very, very much differently. So thank you very much for finally putting money into this issue. It is much needed. Also, to the point of the police officer, several months ago, the board came here and had a meeting with the city. We did in fact offer to pay the full salary of one police officer to be domiciled near or in the Interfaith Community Shelter to help eliminate the problems, as we have zero authority outside of our gates. And we offered that again just last week. And even in that meeting, no transparency as to what was coming was had. Please thoughtfully consider how you might spend your dollars in what we all would love to see happen better here in our homeless community and in the city of Santa Fe. Thank you, ma'am.
Y'all, hi, my name is Karen Kane. I'm the founder and executive director of Street Homeless Animal Project. We've been in existence for 25 and a half years. And since we started, we have worked with the folks over at Pete's Place. And I remember many, many years ago, every time that I would go over, some of our SHAP team, Joe would say to me, "Hey kiddo, what can we do for you today?" And I really wish that people knew our families out there on the street the way that they do and the way that I do. I believe that if people did, hearts and minds would be changed. They are one of our biggest partners. We're on the phone or over there almost every single day, our SHAP volunteers or others. They are the kindest, most compassionate, dedicated human beings that I know. We have an incredible helping community here. We devote our lives to our families, to people out there on the street. I implore you, don't bring anybody from outside in. It's about relationships. Like for SHAP, it's not just that we hand items out. It's that we have impeccable trust and rapport with our families, with people out there. It's about community. It's about compassion. It's about love. You know, I can't say enough. And you know, man, I know at SHAP, we are taking a beating right now. Lots of rumor and innuendo being put out there that we give out animals to homeless people. We adopt them out. We pass them out. Well, I would like to say it in front of all of you, please, here tonight. That is not Street Homeless's mission. We do not adopt out, give out, hand out companion animals to housed individuals or unhoused individuals. We support our brothers and sisters, their companion animals who they already have. I can't imagine not this crew over there at Pete's. They are just incredible. The rapport and the relationship that they have with our brothers and sisters, it could not be replicated by anyone. Please, please.
Good evening. Chaplain Joe Dudziak. I am founder and executive director of Chaplain Joe Street Outreach, where we go and find people where they're camped. I have also been a longtime volunteer at Pete's. I volunteered there for about 12 years, an average of 3 times a week. I still volunteer there. And Pete's Place Interfaith Alliance is an awesome organization. It's kind of weird to speak to this because I haven't seen anything official come out on what's happening. There's just a bunch of rumors. But the Interfaith Shelter, Interfaith Alliance is an awesome group of people. They have built relationships. They are in the process of trying to find a better place to relocate Pete's. They also can only have authority. They only have authority over on their property. And the main problem that I see, and I'm over there a lot, it's on property around there where we have no authority over that. And most of the people that are on the streets, they're not even allowed to step foot on Pete's Place. And if people loiter on the street, they're not allowed to get services at Pete's. It's, we're trying to help the problem. And so Karina is most excellent, and the Interfaith Alliance, they have really built relationships. They're part of this community. We're all family. And also the people that are unhoused, we're family with them too. A lot of the times blood family, because people are from this town and they wind up unhoused. And then even if it's not blood family, we kind of become part of the same community, same family. So the other thing is I support the safe outdoor spaces 100%. It has proven to benefit the community, the homeless, and the neighborhoods they're put in. That's proven that here in town and elsewhere. So please, the Interfaith Alliance, don't cut their legs off or whatever you want to say. They're awesome. Let them do what they know how.
Thank you.
Meredith Tilp, dear Mayor Pro Tem and City Councilors, I am a 20-year veteran teacher in the Santa Fe Public Schools and have been working with the Interfaith Shelter in one capacity or another for all of that period. I've taught 1,500 students about homelessness and its causes and impact. In addition to volunteering at the shelter myself, I have taken hundreds of students there to volunteer, where they can experience the value of helping their neighbors. I'm also a board member of the shelter and the recipient with my students of the Mayor's Muchísimas Gracias Award. Finally, I am a member of St. Bede's Episcopal Church, which was one of the faith group of founders of the shelter and which has provided volunteers for almost 2 decades. We have a plan to introduce a resource and opportunity center, The Rock, with wraparound services. You have contributed to the Shop Works needs assessment, which we commissioned. We need your additional help. Please provide us with a safe, easy to access space to locate our services. This is what we have done. Hired security at the shelter on our own dime. We ask you to provide one police presence we would pay for on Harrison Road. You did not respond. I get it. 2801 is a difficult location. Enhanced congregate shelter conditions through improvement plans for better operational capacity, provided meals, showers, case management, and safe storage through designated day services, served 925 individuals a healthy nightly meal, mobilized the faith community and service providers. The Interfaith Community Shelter has the capacity, expertise, and willingness to improve and the compassion to help you solve some of Santa Fe's problems.
Thank you, Meredith.
Good evening. My name is Sue Carr, and I live at 1419 Zapal Road. I have been a resident of Santa Fe since 2013. And ever since then, since I set out to have a career in social services, I've been working at Pete's. I had the privilege of working at the Interfaith Community Shelter for over 10 years. It has been my privilege to know the people who, most of the people I know in Santa Fe are volunteers. They are the employees of the Interfaith Shelter, many of whom have been there since the beginning of the shelter. Many of the volunteers have been there since the beginning. They helped get the whole thing started 15 odd years ago. And they are the best. And many of the people, I forgot, many of the people, and most importantly, that I know here are currently homeless. They are unhoused. They are unhoused due to lack of resources for housing. They are trying to get housing. They are working for it. They are trying to get by day. And the Interfaith Shelter does everything that it possibly can and then some, because of all of the work that the shelter does. And so they need Pete's. They need the Interfaith Shelter. They need an expanded resource center, no doubt. They could use an expanded resource center, but the board of directors and the executive director, Karina Lopez, is already working on that. Rather than bring in an outside consulting group, I think our dollars would be best spent if we invest in the services that are already being provided by the Interfaith Shelter and many others, and all of the other services here in Santa Fe. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Daisy Blue Russell. I have been a volunteer at the Interfaith Community Shelter for the past 5 years. And I would like to say that if you have a passion for this work, you definitely make more of an impact. And everyone who works there now and who volunteers there now does have that passion. And I worry that if you put a new group in there to make a new shelter, they're not going to have that same passion. They don't know Santa Fe. They don't know the homeless problem here in Santa Fe, and they're just going to make more of a problem. I volunteer on Thursday nights, and we have really made an impact in the community. We always serve ice cream, and that's something that is really important to the homeless population. It seems like a small thing to us, but it really makes a difference to them. And I worry that if we are not able to volunteer there anymore, we won't have the same impact. I urge you all to go volunteer there. It is very easy to do. You could go one time before you make this decision, because then you can actually see the work that we're really doing behind the doors of the Interfaith Community Shelter. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Jean Palmer. My husband is George, and we live at 790 Paseo de la Cuma here in Santa Fe. My husband has been a volunteer at Pete's Place for about 8 years, and I've been a volunteer there for about 4 years. And we work in the kitchen on Wednesdays, and we realize how special the Interfaith Shelter is. We think it's really, really important that they continue and are the ones who could maybe receive that part of that $8 million. That would be huge if they could. And my husband also said that $8 million could really be very helpful for affordable housing also. So I'm just suggesting that there are other ways that that $8 billion could be used. Something I do in working with the unhoused is we have a panel called What's It Like to Be Unhoused? And I do public speaking training to any of the unhoused that would like to be presenters. We have probably made 25 presentations for the last 2 years. We have 15 more already lined up for in the next few months. And that has been very, very impressive in terms of talking about to the community. Each of them shares their own story, a short amount of time, and we usually have 3 or 4 panelists. They tell their own story, then we open it up for questions. And what I have seen each time is there are some tears in people's eyes, that you could hear a pin drop because everybody is listening intently. And I think the biggest thing is that they begin to see the unhoused as real people and that we need to have compassion and care for them. And I think that has been very, very powerful. Also at those, we ask them to fill out an evaluation and if they're interested in volunteering. And I have gotten many people who said, as a result of that panel, they wanted to help in terms of volunteering. Thank you.
Very much.
Laura Yoder, 4224 Howling Wolf Lane. I'm that better, Angie? Okay. All right. I don't care. 4224 Howling Wolf Lane. I am currently the deputy director at St. Elizabeth Shelter in Supportive Housing. And I've been doing this for about 20 years. I've been in the housing and unhoused field, working at different organizations. The last one was the LifeLink, where I oversaw all the housing programs for the chronically homeless. One thing that really does bother me is the lack of transparency in everything that is going on. You know, we have an amazing group of providers within our community, and we work really well together to really kind of work on the solution of what our community needs. We attend meetings where we talk about the same things over and over that we've been talking about for years. Where's the end result? Why aren't we not in the conversations of what is going on? You know, I hear the $8 million mark right now. What could we do with that with affordable housing? What is the end result to everything that we're putting into the services? I was around when we started Interfaith as a round robin, and there was a lot of faith communities. And, you know, we were driving around making sure that people did not die. And that is why they are there. They serve a group in our community that a lot of people won't help them, okay? At St. Elizabeth, we are a little bit, you know, higher barrier shelter than Interfaith, but we work together in the continuum of taking people where they are. And, you know, so really, you know, taking into consideration the amazing work that our service providers have been doing for many years, listening to what we've been doing, what we need. And it's just really sad that we have not been part of that, and that the transparency, I think, needs to open up a little bit.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name's Annie. I'm a licensed clinical social worker. I've had the privilege of working in these communities here in Santa Fe with folks who have severe persistent mental illness and polysubstance use for the last 10+ years of my career. And I really just came up here to speak to the necessity for having low barrier services in our community. I have worked in the community, as I said, for the last 10 years with individuals who would have died without services like Pete's Place. And the research does consistently suggest that harm reduction and safe outdoor spaces are the best way to approach issues like we're facing in our city. And I think that when we're talking about listening to our community, it's not just the community in this room. Our community, parts of our community, are these folks who aren't represented here today, or who maybe are, who are living in those safe outdoor spaces, who are sleeping at the Interfaith Shelter. They are community members, and they should be treated as such. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Amanda Couillard, and I am one of those such community members. I reside at Pete's Place, and I wrote a poem tonight from my personal perspective to share with you, entitled Homelessness. You may believe being homeless has to do with hygiene, and yet it has nothing to do with the dirt you see. Homelessness is a feeling within the body, a disconnect from spirit that can only be felt. It cannot be seen. It is a state of mind in which you desire to be noticed, helped, heard, and invisible at all the same time. Your brain may say homelessness has to do with one's ability to earn a wage. Pardon me? Did you hear what you said? How can I feel abundant enough to give to the collective when I'm struggling to feel worthy of a healthy meal and a safe bed? Have you ever heard of lack mentality? It is the belief that there are a limited number of all resources, including love. Do you know that the word on the street every day is, hey, hurry over there. They're serving food. Go now, if you want to eat. So starting with a basic human need, food, we're taught it's limited, and the only way to meet that need is do as we tell you. Astounding that it stays hidden from the mind how many are homeless due to abuse being the result of choosing to comply. Thank you.
Hello, my name's Lily. I'm going to go ahead and speak again. I just want to thank you guys for all your service, and I want to thank all Pete's staff members for their services.
Excuse me, you get to speak once. Thank you, though.
I believe she read someone else's note prior. She's speaking for Anna, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
My name's Lilia. I was unhoused for a year and a half in 2020. I am currently housed for 3 years. I was on the streets for the year and a half, and if it wasn't for the staff member at Pete's Place, I don't know where I'd be right now. My sobriety has been under my belt for 5 years because of the impact the staff members had on my life. Coming to this meeting tonight, I didn't know what I was going to get out of it, but it broke my heart hearing all these stories of, knowing everybody cares for Pete's Place. And, I was one of those homeless people out there with no love, no care from community members that didn't care about me, that I thought didn't care, until I went to Pete's Place and I was able to do service work with them. I did over 600 hours and I got employed there. And the impact that it gave me, I currently know about S3 as well, pallet homes, and I've been working towards my CPSW, case working stuff, and it's impacted my life a lot. For just to let you guys know, this is a living person right here, human that was homeless at one point. And, I know about Pete's Place, and I'm able to direct homeless people to Pete's Place to get water, to get food, the services of clothing, to go use the bathroom, to wash their hands, to brush their teeth, to comb their hair. It doesn't have to do necessarily with hygiene. It also has to do with the communication people have, the impact people have of caring and loving. That's what the Interfaith Shelter has. The director is a great director. She's running the facility perfectly fine. It's been held for 5 years that she's been there. The members that have been there longer than 5, 10 years, 15 years for you guys to be shutting it down. Thank you.
Sure.
Hello, my name is Joe Brady. I'm a resident of Santa Fe, as well as a street outreach worker for the Lifelink. I also do open office hours for the Lifelink at the Interfaith Shelter, and I volunteered at the shelter for quite a while before I started working with the Lifelink. As a few people I heard said that this, well, I guess in my own words, a solution of bringing in an outside agency to replace the shelter, or to, I don't know, giving $8 million to another agency is very disconnected from what any service providers would say. If you were to speak with service providers, we would have lots of different ideas about what are the things that we need. From my personal perspective, we need access to affordable housing. We need more easily accessible treatment options. And we need places for people who use drugs to use drugs and be safe. And yeah, I mean, I know it's not like pretty if you're on Harrison Road. It doesn't match your aesthetic with your downtown area, but what's more important, upholding your aesthetic or taking care of the people that have been displaced by gentrification in this community? Thank you.
Hi, my name is Deborah Luke Stoll, and I was moved to get up and speak. I came to find out about the issue around Pete's Place, and I can't thank the interfaith community enough for being up and telling us the truth, letting us know what this is about. As a citizen, well, I moved here from Brooklyn, New York 35 years ago. There was no homelessness. But things weren't as outrageously expensive to rent or buy. And now it's outrageous. And people experience medical issues. And if they don't have family, they're out on the street. I've heard stories about senior citizens that don't have family and their time is up at the rehab center they're in for whatever medical issue, and they're left on the street. And I find this absolutely appalling. People are people. They need to be taken care of. I grew up in a small town in Michigan, and there was no homelessness because neighbors cared about neighbors. They took care of them. They brought them food. They asked them what they needed for help. You cannot close Pete's Place without having another stable alternative. This is the only stability that these people have in their lives, for God's sake. I'm sorry, I have been extremely moved, and I don't mean to be overly, expressive, but I appreciate all that you do. I hope that you consider that these are human beings, and it's about time that they get some care, some services, rehab, counseling, whatever they need. And there is so much money in this city that there's no reason that we can't find a way to help these people. Thank you. Thank you.
So my name is Pelican Lee. I've lived here since 1978. And I've watched the homelessness develop here from when it wasn't happening at all. And it has become overwhelming, and that has a lot to do with the fact that there's no affordable rentals. There's a lot of things going into affordable housing to buy, but what about the rentals? I feel like so many of the rentals have been taken away by Airbnbs. We're running on rumors here. I've watched other people talk on rumors here that have been totally untrue, and I hope this one is untrue. But what really needs to happen is real transparency, real talking with the community, collaborating with constituents, and partnership. If something's going to happen to Pete's Place, I think it needs to be talked over with the people that run Pete's Place. We have a tremendous resource here in the staff of Pete's Place and the volunteers. And what I've seen is that people who have been formerly homeless make the best volunteers because they know what it's like. And this is a resource that we have that we should not be throwing away. I was on the South Side last night and I saw 4 police officers walking on a sidewalk. Why weren't they walking next to Pete's Place? Are they afraid to go there? That's a question I have. And I feel like there needs to be more support for the idea of Pete's Place to have this resource center. They don't want to stay where they are. It's too small. They need to move, and they need to move to a larger place that has room for all the services that the people need right there so that they will be able to access them. Thank you.
Thank you.
My time to start. All right. David Montoya. I live at 549 Freya Street. I just want to say how impressed I am with the community and the turnout tonight. This is really democracy in action, you know, and I hope everybody gets that. You know, I'm not an expert on the unhoused and homelessness, but whenever there are complex problems, because this is a multifaceted complex problems, you need a few things, right? First thing was you need transparency. I don't think that this council is going to be untransparent moving forward. I think that there's too many voices in this room, and they'll bring a lot more if it continues to be run on rumor and innuendo. So I think that part is done. So you need transparency. I think the other thing that you need to do is you need expertise, right? So I think we have almost a whole room full of people that are experts in solving homelessness and helping the unhoused in Santa Fe. So we got expertise, right? And the next thing that you need, one of the next things you need is resources. And I think when we talk about an $8 million RFP, that's more than enough resources for us to have a big dent in this problem. And the last thing that you need is you need grassroots support. And when you've got a community of 2,000 volunteers that show up and have showed up year after year to address this issue, and we have success stories of people that were formerly unhoused that are now working in this infrastructure, I think you've got a great combination to solve the problem, address the problem. On the public safety side, I can't understand why it is that people that are unhoused and homeless do not rate the same type of police protections that we enjoy every day. Whether, you know, they are citizens of Santa Fe, they deserve equal protection as anybody else. And if they don't do it, we'll call the sheriff, because the sheriff is also an elected official. And finally, I want to say that protecting public safety, supporting small business, and supporting the efforts of the homelessness and mitigating that, ending homelessness in Santa Fe, are not mutually exclusive. And we got to stop pitting ourselves against each other and start working together. So thank all of you.
My name is Elizabeth Grover, and I have a residence at 340 Calle Largo or Calle Sierpe, and I also have a building with a business, and I have renters there as well at 1226 Calle de Comercio. That location is behind Pete's Place. I would hope that you give me the same courtesy that I've given you, listening to what is going on with you. But I am not in support of what has been happening in the area. I can no longer live, work there without fear. I thank each of you here who have been listening over the last few weeks. In the Sila Rufina district, we've been putting up signs. You have heard us. Changes are happening. Thank you. That's a lot of support there on our part. We're tired of living in fear. We're tired of cleaning the needles. We're tired of having to call the police. The police presence is there. They are there. They have been there for me. They have helped us when our business has been broken in. They were there downtown when there was a homeless man taking a gun, threatening the public.
And my 14-year-old son was there and had to witness a man killed. I don't know what else more to say than I have seen some changes this last week, and please continue with those changes.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Rocio Gonzalez. I do security over at SOS. I used to work for Pete's and I was once homeless. They didn't turn their back on me, not once. They helped me get a place to stay. They helped me get a job. Just like everybody else has said, they're people just like us. Yes, they may have an addiction on something, but who doesn't? When it comes to football, drugs, watching TV, reading, there's always an addiction somewhere. We can't turn our backs on anybody because what does that say about us? What does that say about people who need our help, who are asking for our help, and we're just going to turn our backs on them? Hopefully not. They're some of the most smartest, wonderful people out there. And yeah, they may get high, but you know what? Just saying hi to them and taking the time out of your day to just talk to them makes it their day also. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Lila Casey. I live on 1899 Pacheco Street. I was born in Taos, New Mexico. I came from a really nice family of teachers and scientists, and then my immediate family was displaced by drugs, and one of my parents went to prison. I was raised in foster care and group homes in New Mexico. I've never been out of New Mexico except to visit family in California. Anyway, I came to Santa Fe as a youth advocate for CYFD and CASA, for the court-appointed special advocates. And I loved doing that, and I went to college here, and then I found myself on Harrison Road because I couldn't afford bills and school and everything all at the same time. It was overwhelming emotionally, and so I knew that they served food there, I'd heard, and so I drove up, and I was really shy and really scared. But then I saw Anna Silva, and she ran up to me and she said, "Hi, Mija." Hello, my daughter. It's beautiful. She asked me what I needed, and I said that there was food, that I might need food, and she brought me food and socks and asked me if I needed a shower, and I did. And so she then showed me about LifeLink, and I was able to access a linkage voucher. Laura Yoder and Anna Silva and many other people in the community helped me. I've had family meals with these people, with Karina Lopez. I've shared art with them. We've shared holidays together. I now work at Casa Familia. I'm on the board of directors for Chaplain Joe Street Outreach, and I love Pete's Place. It is, there would be a huge gap. Let's not say Pete's Place. There would be a huge gap without people, without our family, and without our community. Please don't take that away from us. Thank you. Oh, yeah, Adam Griego also supplied me with wheels, so I can drive to work now. He is an awesome mechanic.
Hi, my name is Cora. I am a resident at Pete's Place, and I moved here last year for about 3 months, and Pete's was one of the first homeless shelters I've ever experienced. And they were nothing but open and welcoming arms, which was very important. Like, it was a very big piece in my personal life at that point, because as someone who was shoved out from society, I get looked down on, spit on, hollered at, and having that safe place to go to lay your head at night is something that's very important. And what they said about consistency isn't wrong, because for a lot of us, we're just inner children who were shoved out from a place that we were told was home. And none of us knew that home was within. And Pete shows us that. They all encourage us to go within, look at ourselves, and provide for ourselves. They've never forget a name, a face, a dog, where you've been on your travels.
and they've been a very important part of my life and who I have become to today. So I would just, from someone who is in it personally, just please consider the stability, because it really is that one last stable thing we have. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam City Clerk, do we have people in the Zoom room?
Mayor Pro Tem, we do. Right now, we have two people who have raised their hands, and I'll go through each one. If anyone else would like to raise your hand, I will call you in order. Stephanie Beninato, I am allowing you to speak.
Stephanie Beninato. I want to talk about a couple of other things besides Pete's Place, but I will make some comments about that. However, I saw that you are extending a 4-year contract for financial auditing services. And I thought I heard Ms. Oster say a couple of weeks ago that her staff was going to be taking over those services. And it doesn't seem like you should have had to extend a contract for 4 years. My other question that I want to raise is the pallet houses on Richards Avenue. I looked at the map and it seems like a fairly good location in that it's not in the middle of a neighborhood, but I do wonder about bus service out there. I looked up the bus routes and the only one I could find is on Siringo Road that goes to the high school. And it seems like quite a long way to go from the pallet community to Siringo Road. So I kind of wonder about whether that has actually been considered. I have a couple of other points, but I think they're going to come up in public hearings later. In terms of Pete's Place, I would say that I agree that there has been a lack of transparency on the part of the city here. And it seems that they should have been working with Pete's Place for the past half year or more to trying to find another suitable location rather than just suddenly pulling the rug out from under them and giving a contract to an out-of-state company or agency to provide services. What kind of services? Where are the 80 people who actually stay there overnight going to go? And it seems to me that it's just recreating or reinventing the wheel, and it's a waste of time and money, and that the city should be supporting Pete's Place, finding a place that they can actually operate with the needs to fulfill the needs that they're doing and expanding and keeping the community safe. Thank you.
Next, Ginger Robertson, you may speak.
Good evening. My name is Ginger Robertson, and I'm Chief Operating Officer for La Familia Medical Center. Wanted to take a minute to express La Familia's concern about some of the decision-making that's being made about Pete's Place and its future. For the past 15 to 20 years, La Familia has been intimately engaged with Interfaith Community Shelter in providing medical care. Currently, we are providing an on-site clinic 2 days a week. We serve many of the residents and guests at our brick and mortar structure on Cerrillos. We are very concerned about Pete's Place being turned over to another agency. What will happen to the relationships that have been built in the community? We are concerned about the trust and the rapport that has been built over the years between those who use the shelter as well as those that need medical care, case management, counseling, and all of the other services that Pete's Place does an impeccable job of providing every single day to those experiencing homelessness in the Santa Fe community. I think the thing that is bothering us the most is the lack of communication and transparency and what seems to be a very underhanded way of not addressing the continued issue at hand, which is the city of Santa Fe's responsibility to control and monitor the perimeter of Pete's Place, of which they do not have any control. La Familia is asking the city of Santa Fe to please include all of the community partners that have worked together over the years to come together to work on these issues and not make these decisions behind closed doors without the input of those who work in it and live in it every day.
Ma'am, your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next individual, Rachel Thompson. You have been asking you to unmute.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. My name is Rachel Thompson, and I volunteer at the Salvation Army Warming Center. So we have a lot of close contact with people who are not housed. I just have a few general kind of questions, observations, because I don't understand where any of this is coming from. I thought that, I mean, I know that the Pete's, the interfaith staff have been working really hard to find land and come up with a plan for a daytime, nighttime shelter. And land seems to be the thing that's the toughest always in all of this, whether we're talking about affordable housing or permanent supportive housing or any of these kinds of things. I don't know that a zoning rewrite is going to put us in a substantially different place. I second so many of the comments that have been made about how it would work to have an organization come in from some other place that has no background here. It is so important to know Santa Fe if you're going to be effective in Santa Fe. And I have some experience in partnerships, and I too would be very concerned that the signal that such a thing would send is that somehow everybody else is doing it wrong. And I think everybody else has an opportunity to make progress with the right kind of support. But as I understand this contemplated action, it's sort of abandoning everything that's been built to date. I mean, the state seems to be starting to recover from the decimation of its behavioral health services. We're even hearing that maybe a fentanyl, the fentanyl epidemic is starting to wane. And I just think this is not a good time to be turning to consultants. And I wonder whether it has something to do with, you know, having 3 lame duck commissioners or counselors who maybe just feel like we've got to do something, anything, you know, before we're out of office.
Ma'am, your time is up. Thank you.
If anyone else would like to speak, please raise your hand. Mayor Pro Tem, I'm not seeing anyone else in the Zoom room.
Or person from the audience that would like to speak?
Hi, good evening. My name is Elizabeth West, and I live on Center Street in the South Capitol area. And like many people here, I'm really quite impressed with the comments and the range and the variety. I wanted to make a comment about this word transparency that we've all heard slung around endlessly. And it kind of rolls off the tongue. But I think we need to remember that transparency works 2 ways. It's not just that we want to see what you might be doing, but we want to be seen, perhaps. So I'm just supporting what you do. I know many of you individually. I actually respect all of you amazingly, and especially individually, but also as a collective. And I really appreciate being allowed to speak here. I've said that before. We're lucky we still can do that in this country. This topic that we're addressing tonight, many of us, or choosing to look at does require a little more transparency. You know, when you get together and talk amongst yourselves, you can say, you know what? We kind of goofed, but we can change it. We have a pope, a new pope, who is a member of a mendicant society called St. Augustine, and they base what they do on forgiveness. That includes self-forgiveness. We know of the Pope, the current Pope, and I'm a lapsed Unitarian, but I still admire what he's tried to do. I think he is trying to say to people, I goofed. I've heard about some of the stuff, but we can change. We can be forgiving of ourselves. And I would like to offer that to you all. I look at you, each of you individually has struck me as a basically pretty wonderful person willing to be seen. So transparency goes both ways. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. West. Anyone else? Okay, no one else in the Zoom room? All right, so now is your opportunity to give yourselves a big round of applause. That was good. Thank you. Okay, next item on the agenda. I'm going to, if you're exiting the room and not wanting to stick around to hear the rest of the business that we will be conducting, please leave the room quietly so that we can continue to work. Next on the agenda, Madam Clerk.
So next on the agenda would be item 12, matters from the city attorney.
City Attorney McSherry.
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem Lindell. Councilors, I would like to recommend that we go into an executive session in accordance with the New Mexico Open Meetings Act, Section 1015(1), Subpart H8, which includes the discussion of the disposition of real property, to discuss the premises located at 2803 Cerritos Road, which is currently leased to Interfaith Community Shelter Group.
Councilor Romero Worth.
Madam Mayor Pro Tem, if I can get this to work without being a slideshow, that'd be really great. Hold on. I'd move that we go into executive session. It's still trying to pull up what I need here. Right, here we go. So I move that we enter into executive session pursuant to the Open Meetings Act, Section 10-15-1H, Subpart 8, for discussion of the purchase, acquisition, or disposal of real property or water rights by the governing body.
Second.
We have a roll call.
Counselor Michael Garcia.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lindell.
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth.
Yes.
Counselor Castro. Counselor Chavez.
Yes.
Counselor Faulkner. Yes. Counselor Lee Garcia.
Yes.
Motion is approved.
We will return as soon as we complete our business in executive session. Thank you. Okay, Counselor Romero Worth?
Yes. We have a quorum, correct, Madam?
Yes, we do.
Mayor Pro Tem. Pursuant to the Open Meetings Act, Section 10-15-1J, I move that the governing body reconvene an open session and state for the record that the matters discussed in the closed session were limited to those specified in the motion for closure.
Second.
Have a roll call, please.
Mayor Pro Tem Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Castro,
Yes.
Counselor Chavez, Counselor Faulkner,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia.
Yes.
Motion is approved.
Madam Mayor Pro Tem,
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion to move that the contents of the discussion in the executive session be disclosed.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion?
I guess I'm just wondering, what do we mean by that? I mean, we didn't take a vote. You can't vote in executive session, so what are we asking for?
Mayor Pro Tem Lindell, Councilor Merworth, I think the reference is to page 15 of the procedural rules. G2E.
Madam Mayor Pro Tem, if I
Yes,
can
Counsel.
explain my motion. I know that, in executive session, there's lots of conversation that's had. I guess at minimum, my request would entail what the topic of conversation entailed. I don't know if we need to go into the exact details of who said what, but I think we know what the reason for going to an executive session was, but I'd like for us to disclose at minimum the topic of conversation that led us to the initial executive session.
Thank you, Counselor. The only comment I would make on that is when you say not what individuals said, I think once you vote to disclose, then you can disclose whatever. It's not limited, or there's no guardrails on it. And it's an either yes or no kind of a thing. So there's really no qualification.
I would just, point of order, can we check that with the city attorney?
Councilor Pro Tem Lindell, Pro Tem Lindell, councilors, our rules don't get into that level of detail. I would suggest that the motion be clear as to the scope. I also would say that the topic is on the agenda. There was not specifics about a recommendation and what it was, perhaps, but certainly the topic itself was listed in the agenda. But our rules don't say, they do generally say, if a member of the governing body wishes to disclose information shared during an executive session, that member shall immediately move that the contents of the discussion in executive session be disclosed. So it would just have to be very clear what the motion is about.
Well, and I think the challenge is I can't really go into detail without exposing executive session information, and that's where I'm looking for the city attorney's guidance in regards to how we can provide some type of information to the public regarding what we just had an executive session about, in addition to the agenda item topic.
Mayor Pro Tem, point of information.
Counselor.
So it is my understanding that as the city, we're planning to release this information shortly. Is that correct? City Manager, I guess that's a question for you. And I believe we can't talk about it because that was part of executive session. I apologize.
Yeah. I think staff is going to pursue some future agenda items that may touch on some of this. But I wouldn't go into detail beyond that.
Can I say, Mayor Pro Tem, can I speak?
Pardon me.
So
Counselor Chavez.
I do want to comment on this. I think that And my comment is not based on keeping anything from the public. I want to make that clear. However, you have been given pockets of information already that has made the understanding very difficult. What we discussed in executive session is data provided to our staff to put a picture together to give you information that is
Pro Tem Lindell, Counselor, I think you can't talk about what happened in executive session at all unless you take a vote.
All right, so what I just want to say is that I don't feel comfortable discussing what was discussed in executive session because there's no, I don't think there is a clear decision from our staff that could be discussed without making the public more confused or without information.
Thank you. So, Councilor Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem. So without disclosing anything that was discussed in executive session, I think what is being requested a lot by the public is to not being kept in the dark until something is published. We know that we were discussing based upon the motion for executive session was to discuss the property at, what's the address? Right, so that specific address, and I don't know if it would be, an issue to elude or to at least state the main topic of what our discussion was. And I won't say that unless it's in everybody, I mean, because we're just, everybody kind of knows, but we can just say it. What you could potentially be reading in tomorrow's paper. But I'll leave that to other comment if there's, and I'm willing to disclose that one line item topic if it's within the wishes of the governing body.
Councilor Faulkner.
So, Councilor Michael Garcia, would you be able to define, like, give us a definition of what you want to disclose? Because these executive sessions are informational in broad strokes, and there's lots of conversation, and some of it isn't pertinent to anything other than us just trying to wrap our heads around a situation.
Right. So I think it would explain the purpose. When we go into executive session, and this is an example, not for this particular matter, but if we're going into an issue with litigation, we go in to get information sometimes to talk about strategy, etc. But my hope is what can be disclosed is the purpose. Why was this agenda item put forward? What is the purpose? Besides, give a little more detail than what's on the agenda. And it's not, I feel we have the responsibility to provide this information. We heard loud and clear for over an hour the lack of information being provided. And there was even some accusations that we as a governing body put this on the agenda item. We did not do that. And this is where I want us to be as transparent as possible to the public in regards to what the overarching purpose was. We don't need to go necessarily into the details in regards to any additional strategy, but purpose. Why was this put on the agenda? And it's as simple as that. I mean, I think we're tying ourselves up with something to say, well, we can't say this, we can't say that. If we need to go back into executive session to craft a one-sentence statement, then we do that. I mean, but can we do that? I mean.
So we have a motion and a second. Do we have any further discussion on it? Let's call the roll, please.
Councilor Romero Worth. No. Explain my vote.
Counselor Castro.
Abstain, and I will explain my vote.
Counselor Chavez.
No, and I'd like to explain my vote.
Counselor Faulkner.
No, and I'd like to explain my vote.
Counselor Lee Garcia.
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia.
Yes, and I'd like to explain my vote.
Mayor Pro Tem Lindell.
No.
The motion does not pass.
Okay, so let's start out with Counselor Romero. Did you say that you wanted to explain your vote? No. Counselor Romero Worth, you have 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem, Mayor Pro Tem. The tricky part about this is that I believe that in very short order, everything will be very clear. The problem I have with this particular motion is I don't know where the edges are. Like, I don't know where, if we had crafted a one sentence statement and we could just stick to that, but I don't know where you stop or, yeah, it's all of this is going to be out in public very shortly, and there will be public conversations, and there will be a public vote, and there will be information. And I just ask patience as we, get everybody up to speed so that we can help folks understand.
You, Counselor Faulkner, you wanted to explain your vote?
I think it's clear if we look at the reality of the situation that I think we all know what the purpose of that. The public knows what it was. You know what it was based on what was in the paper. The leasee knows a lot of stuff. So there's transparency is kind of already happening just through the process of the gossip in Santa Fe. And so to me, I look at the situation like this is all pretense. Like, I think anyone with common sense knows exactly what's happening in all these conversations. It's clear because of all the information people already know about all the situations that we're talking about right now. And my vote for no is more about the fact that executive session needs to be a place where leadership can have dialogue and get information and have a little space to wrap our heads around some very complex issues. And so my vote was more about protecting executive session. Make no mistake, anyone who claims we don't know what's going on is lying. We all know what's going on. And so the call for transparency over the executive session to me is kind of like, why? We all already know what's happening.
Good. We don't need a comment. Counselor Garcia, you have 1 minute also to explain your vote.
I voted yes because it was clearly evident through the testimony of dozens of people tonight that there is a lack of information, which is leading to misinformation, rumor spreading, and ultimately having community members fearmonger each other. And I think we as a government have a responsibility to be forthcoming. Our rules allow for us to be forthcoming with information. And I would have hoped that we could have shared critical information with the stakeholders in our community.
Thank you. Counselor Chavez.
Thank you. I voted no because absolutely right. We should be forthcoming with information when the information is complete. And there is staff work that is still ahead, and they're willing to work really hard to make sure there is a complete picture delivered to the public. We can't deliver a complete picture to the public. What we have going on with the gossip is going to continue to occur, and people are going to fill in the gaps. So we have what was on the agenda in executive session. Very shortly, when our staff completes their task, there is going to be a complete picture communicated in writing, so we are all part of the same, or we're all receiving the same information, which is what needs to occur. Partial forthcomings is not true forthcomings, and I have issues with that, and I have issues being part of that. So I think that, like, knowing the fact that this is coming to a place where we're gonna have a complete story to provide to the community is important to me, especially a complete story provided in writing, so that we're all on the same page, and so that we could work together moving forward. So that's why I voted no.
Councilor Castro?
Yeah, and just very quickly, I did second this because I think it's a fruitful conversation, and I think it's important that we address that the community is asking for more information than we're able to give. I do sincerely apologize if there's any misinformation or information that folks wanted from me that I was unable to give, but we are standing with you. I also recused myself from part of the conversation, so I don't know what was said, and I don't feel comfortable opening up that conversation if I wasn't there.
Next item, please.
Next item is 18A, public comment on bills. First, public comment, no action. 18A, consideration of bill number 2025-12, adoption of ordinance number 2025 TBD, sponsored by Mayor Alan Weber. Be it ordained by the governing body of the City of Santa Fe, authorizing the execution and delivery of a water project fund loan grant agreement by and between the New Mexico Finance Authority, NMFA, and the City of Santa Fe, New Mexico, the borrower grantee, in the total amount of $5,500,000, including a loan in the amount of $2,200,000, evidencing an obligation of the borrower grantee to utilize the loan grant amount solely for the purpose of financing the costs of the repairs to the Nichols Dam outlet conduit, including sealing of conduit joints, conduit lining, installation of filter diaphragm around outlet conduit, including related work and revisions, and solely in the manner described in the loan grant agreement, providing for the pledge and payment of a loan amount and an administrative fee solely from the net revenues of the water utility system of the borrower grantee, certifying that the loan grant amount, together with the other funds available to the borrower grantee, is sufficient to complete the project, approving the form of and other details concerning the loan grant agreement, ratifying actions heretofore taken, repealing all action inconsistent with this ordinance, and authorizing the taking of other action in connection with the execution and delivery of the loan grant agreement.
Thank you. This is a opportunity for members of the public to comment on this. Is there anybody that cares to comment? Do we have anybody in the Zoom room with their hand up?
Mayor Pro Tem, we have two people in the Zoom room. Neither of them have their hands up. If they would like to raise their hand, please do so now. I am seeing no one.
Okay, next item.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 19A, final action on legislation, public hearing. Consideration of resolution number 2025-TBD, sponsored by Mayor Alan Weber, Councilor Jamie Cassett, and Councilor Amanda Chavez. A resolution making a finding of necessity and designating an area comprised of a majority of the Midtown Local Innovation Corridor Overlay District as a metropolitan redevelopment area.
Do we want a motion, or
Yes, please.
maybe the sponsor wants to?
To approve.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Councilor Chavez, you're the only one of the sponsors here. Would you like to speak to this?
I think that it has been part of discussion. I would like to actually turn it over to Mr. Hernandez to just give us an overview. I do see an amendment in the packet as well, which we'll have to discuss. But if I could turn it over to you, Mr. Hernandez, or Pro Tem, if that's okay with you.
Thank you.
Thank you, counselors. We have a presentation, but most of you have seen it already. And would you like a refresher of that presentation? But I can give a quick summary of it too. Quick summary might be more effective at this hour. So this is the second step of a three-step process in establishing the Metropolitan Redevelopment Agency. The first step was appointing the commissioners, which there are 5 commissioners now. And we've had several meetings with them over the past several months. The second step is to establish the area in need of redevelopment. And that's what the report that was sent to you included. And it establishes the reasons why it qualifies as an area in need of redevelopment by a series of criteria. And the criteria that we were focusing on most was poor infrastructure, which defined the Midtown site, as well as factors that may be hindering the type of development that the city wants to see, particularly with the link overlay. And as you know, there hasn't been any activity except to the one adjacent to Midtown, which was the redevelopment of the Schelleberger, the residential property adjacent to the film studios that the property that we own. It was the first link project, actually. So we focused the area as an overlay of the link district and excluded any residential properties. So they're all commercial. And the amendment that was submitted by Councilor Garcia was to include the Franklin Miles Park. And we sent that as part of the amendment package as well. So that's where we stand today. And we can answer any questions that you may have.
Is there any discussion? Are there any questions?
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. As mentioned, I do have an amendment that I would like to move forward for this proposal, which is to include Franklin Miles Park. Given the proximity of the park to the currently proposed site, they share borders, and the park absolutely meets the definition of blight. And this park has seen better days, and putting it in the MRA would allow for the city to look at that park and provide the necessary resources to bring it back to the shining gem that it once was. I mean, even, for example, there are many needs for this park. Just today, I helped with the public cleanup of that park where we found hypodermic needles, lots of, foil used for fentanyl use. I mean, bags and bags of trash we picked up. So it's one of my hope is that by including this park in the MRA, the city can really look at this park and work with residents to build a recreational facility for modern needs. And back in the day, it used to be highly used for Little League baseball play. All of the sports play by our young folks are now being played over at Regal Park. And so it gives us a opportunity to revision that park and provide a 21st century park for not only the residents in the existing Bellama neighborhood, but the future residents of Midtown campus.
Counselor?
I'll second that for discussion.
We don't have a
amendment.
I had made a motion to move Amendment A.
So we have a motion and a second on the amendment. Other discussion?
I just have a question about the amendment. Mr. Hernandez, what impact would this amendment have on the process moving forward?
It won't have any impact on the process. It just increases the area. And the MRA, the agency was very supportive of the amendment.
Counselor?
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. What is the, so including this in the area of the MRA, what potential is there for, I mean, how does it allow the park to be changed to anything else other than a park? Is that a possibility?
I actually, I don't know what legislation is that governs parks and the land use. Yeah, I don't know if we could
yeah,
change
yeah.
uses
So
of public park spaces.
Yeah, Councillor Michael Garcia.
The intention is not to change it from the use of a park.
Right.
It just allows it to be included in the MRA area, which allows for the park to qualify for special financing. Other municipalities do this all the time. It just allows, similar to some of the private entities that will be using some of the special funding, whether it's on the campus or it covers a lot of the Midtown overlay. This park, meaning the city, will now qualify for that as well. So it's used many instances to help for financing for park needs.
Understand, and I just kind of, knowing that parks some open space in parks sometimes can be turned into housing or something like that, and I know that would take a whole rezone of things.
Yeah, that's not the intention behind this. The intention
Wanted
is to
make sure of that.
Because whether it's the irrigation system that's been having some major challenges over the years, some of the overhead lights. I mean, when it was used as a ball field, there's many overhead spotlights. Those foundations for those spotlights are now starting to fail. And so this provides an opportunity for the city to really look at that park, explore, is it meeting the needs to its best potential, and how can the city get the necessary resources to make that a usable facility.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Lindell, I just do want to make a comment about the process, and I don't know if this is where the question was headed, but if we do adopt the amendment, I do recommend that we republish, because the publication purpose is to alert the public what area would be designated, and this would change the boundaries of the area. So we could vote on the amendment, and if it passes, I just recommend we postpone the whole thing for final vote until 2 meetings from now, basically, to have the 20-day notice for the newly identified area.
So are you saying we need to postpone this?
I'm saying you should vote on the amendment. And then if the amendment passes, then I'm suggesting that we postpone so that we can notice the area.
Councilor Castro?
Director, just to confirm, does that change in the schedule do anything negative to your project?
No, thank you for the question.
Okay, so we have the amendment and we have a second. Let's have a roll call on that.
Counselor Castro,
Yes.
Counselor Chavez, Counselor Faulkner,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor O'Meara Worth.
Yes.
Motion is approved.
So now
Motion to postpone until, oh,
I have to withdraw my motion, right?
no.
No.
No, we just need to move to a date certain.
Motion and a second.
Maybe
Worth.
maybe the city attorney can just explain for the public the back and forth that just happened on the dais.
Mayor Pro Tem Lindell, councilors, so you can keep the motion pending, and we would just postpone where we are in the process, and we would retake it up where we are with the motion on the table, the second on the table, the amendment adopted, and what we will notice will be the amended caption. Then we'll resume, and actually it is a public hearing, I believe, so then we would also give the public the opportunity to comment on the area as amended. If you wanted public to comment today too, you could do that. You could do both. Up to you.
Councilor Faulkner.
I think it might be good to wait for the public hearing until we actually take up total.
So I'm going to try a motion. We'll see where I get. I would move that we postpone this item to a date certain, and that date would be
June 25th.
Second.
Hey, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Counselor Faulkner,
yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor O'Meara Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Castro.
Yes.
Motion is approved.
Okay, we've done appointments. That brings us to item number 22. Pardon? We are adjourned. Sure.